Hello everybody, welcome to Montezuma. It is 64 degrees, mostly cloudy. Winds are fairly calm at the moment. I've seen a number of species since I arrived, including just now, I showed it to you, a bald eagle, a northern harrier, Caspian terns, Canada geese, green-winged teals, red-winged blackbirds, common grackles, American robin, tree swallow, barn swallow, purple martin, ring-billed gull. What else have I seen? I think that covers it, actually. Just about covers it. Welcome, welcome. We've got a lot to see today, hopefully. So we're going to get right going right now. Now, supposedly there's there has been seen, I think I'm told it was a Franklin's gull or something like that. Oh, just saw an American robin. And, but I guess it had been seen. Oh, I think I just heard a yellow warbler. Various species have returned. I just saw starling. I heard there was a sighting of a... I forgot about killdeer, and I'm hearing the killdeer. That's what's reminding me. But also, I heard that, and I have not seen myself, or heard myself, but I heard like a scarlet tanager was seen. But actually, I took a walk a couple nights ago, and I heard my first of the season scarlet tanager. I also heard my first of the season wood thrush a couple nights ago. Actually, make it Wednesday night. And I took another walk last night, and a couple more robins. And I heard, no tanager, but I heard wood thrushes a couple of nights ago, or last night. There are goslings here. Come on, wire. Oh, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Okay. Don't do that to me. Some Canada geese and their goslings. As I drove by Cayuga Lake today, I saw almost zero activity on the lake itself. I didn't see anything. Now, the water wasn't perfectly smooth, so it was a little bit difficult to see as I was driving, a little bit choppy water. And but the only thing I did see was one family of Canada geese as I was driving by. And here's unrelated, I'm sure. But we're gonna get to Wildlife Drive right away. Maybe I'll give you a look at the Caspian terns. And here's a red-winged blackbird. These are Caspian terns. I believe that's a ring-billed gull. Green-winged teals back there, the ducks. I'm not sure what I'm hearing. I'm hearing some vocalizations that have me wondering if maybe we have something else here. Okay, just want to take a quick look with binoculars and then I think we'll move on. The bald eagle that I showed you at the very, very beginning today actually had just taken off from the ground. It had landed in this visitor center pool area. All right, let's move on. It was on the ground for a few minutes, not a long time, but a few minutes. And then like at first it landed, and then I looked up and it was in a different spot. It must have flown to a different spot, and then when you saw it, it had just taken off, and it left the area. I think I just heard a northern cardinal. And I think I just heard a yellow warbler. I'm starting to hear the occasional sound that I haven't heard for a while, and I've realized I've forgotten some of the sounds, and it's sometimes, you hear a sound often, and then, or at least I hear a sound often, and eventually I'll hear it again, and I'll be like, wait, what was that sound again? I mean, I'll be able to identify it, but when I hear it again, it's like, oh, I can't remember what that was. Apparently, there are some great horned owls in this area. And I see some people to our left looking up at something, and I'm wondering if they're seeing one of the owls. And they have... They had nested in the area, apparently. And I'm wondering if those people see the owl, and they've fledged, by the way. And I'm wondering if that's what they're looking at. I can't tell exactly. They're not very close, the people, so I'm not sure exactly where they're looking. I think I might be hearing a chipping sparrow. Let's move forward. And I might also be hearing I'm not sure if I'm hearing a brown-headed cowbird or not. heard just faintly just now, I believe I just heard a downy woodpecker. I'm guessing the people are over here. I'm guessing they're looking up at an owl, but I don't know. Why are you parking right behind me? Am I hearing a warbling vireo by any chance? And if they are looking at an owl, I mean, there's a good possibility we won't be able to see what they're looking at. Just, you know, from this angle. I suppose I could get out of the car and walk over there. I'm going to set you down, and I want to look with binoculars a little bit more closely. Hear a robin singing. Seems like a lot of the people are walking away, but there's one person who's still there trying to take photos. I don't see anything, and I'm not sure where. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, that's nothing. Actually, I wonder if I'm wasting your time, because if we're looking from here, we're that much farther away. I don't know. I don't know where they are. Just saw a great blue heron in the air. I don't see it. We're going to keep going. I mean, maybe I should have left the car before we got going, and we're going to move on. I can't find it. Would have been nice to see, I have to admit, but yes, I believe I am hearing a warbling vireo. You hear lots of singing now. I mean, it's the time of year. Birds have, many have migrated back in. Not everybody, but have migrated back in. And, now's the season for singing. In the fall, they don't do so much singing. It's not really as important for them. But this time of year, heading into the nesting season, the breeding season, it's the time to do it. By the way, if you're not on MeWe, you likely don't know, or may not know. I took a look at some of the video from last week, and I had been thinking that we had seen last week flying around, that we had seen some American bitterns, 3 of them, as a matter of fact. And I looked more closely at the video, and I even more strongly now believe that yes, we did see American bitterns. We just happened to be in the right place at the right time to see them in flight. And if you're familiar with the species, very difficult to see on the ground, in their normal habitat. And, this sort of habitat is good for them with the reeds and everything like that, and they'll blend in very, very well. They're very well camouflaged, and at times they'll even, posture themselves to almost appear as if they're a reed. And the first time I had ever seen one was at Sapsucker Woods. It was, an unusual for it to be there, or at least to be seen there anyway. And I was not the one to find it. And but I saw that there were people obviously looking at something, and I joined them and learned what they were looking at. And it was so difficult to even find it, and it wasn't even far away. It was just that it was so difficult, so well camouflaged. It was very challenging to see it. And of course, ever since then, I've been kind of hooked, and and I enjoy seeing them whenever I can. So, and anyway, for us to see them, well, I'll just speaking for myself, to see 3 of them, that was kind of nice. I wish we had a much better look, of course, and closer, longer. But usually if I see any, I see 1 in a day, if I'm lucky. heard a red-winged blackbird, and here is a Canada goose on a nest. I just heard an American crow. Oh, I did see one other species I forgot. I saw some pigeons at the very, from the very beginning of the driveway entrance. I hadn't seen any in that particular tree in a couple weeks, but they were there today. A couple mallards. Males. You're hearing a vocalization from a red-winged blackbird. Oh, hold on. Just saw some... Oh, shoot. Someone flew over there. They looked like either... I don't know if they were sparrows or wrens, but they were about that size. And I think I just heard a swamp sparrow. Oh, we just heard a common gallinule. Sounded kind of like a, I don't know, sounded kind of like a laughing chimpanzee or monkey or whatever. Should make sure everything's up and running. Saw there was a Canada goose there. No ducks that I can see. Usually we see somebody there, but nobody today. Great blue heron. Thought I might have heard a northern flicker in the distance, but I'm not sure. can see we haven't really, the vegetation there on the other side of this little channel hasn't yet really greened up much. Just saw a couple common grackles over here. By the way, if you tuned in last week, you saw we for a time we looked at some owls, 2 owls on a nest, 2 great horned owls, and we were tipped off by Richard, who is again today at the visitor center. I thanked him because really appreciated that tip. Have another great blue heron right here. See if we can take a quick look. Oh, it just took off. Just took off. Okay, never mind. Never mind. But while I'm here, I'll look around. Hearing the cardinal and oh, our first marsh wren of the year. Just heard. Oh, I saw it. I think I saw it. I saw it. I believe, and then it dropped down. No surprise there. Oh, hold on. What do I see? Something different. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Hold on. I saw something in the... I don't know what it was. Hold on. It was in the water. It might have been, I don't know, it didn't look like a grebe, but it was pretty small, whatever it was. It's in the water in that area where you're looking. And don't see it any longer, or whatever. Well, while we're looking here, I believe this is a barn swallow. A couple swallows out there. But I had seen something around here, something a lot closer, and it was in the water. And I don't know what it was or where it went. Whatever it was potentially something new to me. I don't know where it went. And by the way, I don't know who or what is making that sound. I think I just heard a pied-billed grebe. Well, we're going to move on. Like I said, I saw something in the water, and I wish I could have had our camera look at it. I do see a pied-billed grebe out there, but that's not what I don't believe that's what I had noticed. Oh, just dove. It was, oh, there it is. So that's a pied-billed grebe. But I thought something else was here and closer. And it was pretty small, and it seemed, whatever it was in the water, seemed smaller than a pied-billed grebe. And I'm not saying it was even a bird. I don't know what it was. Forward a little bit. I suspect we're hearing a red-winged blackbird, but I'm not sure. Okay, well, let's switch cam. Sorry about that. Somehow a wire must have been tangled, and I didn't realize we were disconnected. So everything shut down. So we've been hearing a little bit common gallinules, and here's a common gallinule. Very, very similar to the American coot, I would say. And but like the American coot, it is not a duck. This is an osprey. Oh wait, no it's not. This is a bald eagle. We'll let it go. This is another common gallinule. Wasn't sure if it was a coot or a gallinule until it turned our way. Although I actually, even before it did turn our way, I did notice some white striping that an American coot does not have. Hold on. Shouldn't. Let's see. Supposedly it's got black screen. Let me see what's going on here. White striping. An American coot does not have. Hold on. Shouldn't. Supposedly it's got black screen. Let me see what's going on here. White striping. An American coot does not have. Hold on. Shouldn't. Alright, we're going to restart. I don't know what's going on. Please stop messaging me. Well, I don't know exactly how it happened. I think it's at least partly my fault. But I think we're okay, up and running now. Anyway, while we were out, I just saw two black terns. Okay, they were flying by. Unfortunately, could not record them. But I saw two black terns in the air. And I did hear again a marsh wren. Moving on. Oh, I've got to check on something. 1 second here. A couple things I have to check on. Well, I've got to check on a few things. No, you're not supposed to be doing that. I swear these wires are going to drive me to drink. Okay. Alright, I think we're the way I like it now. Okay. Oh, I think I see possibly some American coots, if I had to guess. Oh, yeah, just American coots here. We saw the gallinules already, and you could see the similarities. Hear that sound? Meow, 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 meow. That's a pied-billed grebe vocalization. A few sprinkles coming down, but nothing yet really that's a big deal. Looks like a pied-billed grebe. And for me, it's not color this time, it's the shape. Just the shape of the head, the way it slopes down from the back, the top of the head down. I've actually, over the last few days, I've had a number of first of the year sightings for me. I told you earlier about the scarlet tanager, and although I didn't see it, I told you about the wood thrush, didn't see it. I also I was driving, and I saw a green heron in the air. This is may have been Wednesday, I think. That was my first year today on my way here. I mean, you never know what you're gonna see when you're driving. Unfortunately, a pileated woodpecker flew right in front of my car today on my way here. Luckily, I didn't hit it. A robin did the same thing. I don't believe I hit that one either. At least I hope not. One thing about robins, you have to watch for them, because they feed on the ground, and very often when they take off to go to their next location, they stay fairly low to the ground. And because of that, if they're near roads, they can be hit. And in fact, when was it? Thursday, I was driving along and I saw a robin on the side of the road just standing there, and as soon as I saw it, I thought, oh, something's wrong here. Just the way it was, where it was standing, and it wasn't moving around or anything like that. And sure enough, I think it may have been stunned or something. Maybe it bumped into a car. It looked to be intact, but I could see it was not 100%. I urged it off the road, got out and urged it off the road. Later on, hours later, I checked. I didn't see it there, so it moved on. I hope it's okay, but I don't know. What it shows you is just how fragile all life is, really. Okay, I see ruddy ducks right here. I don't know if I'll be able to show them to you or not. Not with this camera. Oh, there's one. That's a male ruddy duck right there, but I saw another one, there. That's a female, no white cheek patch. So they're right behind the vegetation, so we're not going to get a good view, but... Oh, you know what? Well, the other day there was word of something else. I haven't checked my Haven't really checked the eBird reports today, to be honest with you. Used to check it easily, but for whatever reason my email provider decided, I think, to somehow treat all the eBird alerts that I would get, it started treating them as spam, even though I had never labeled it that way. So I provided a different address, and it works just fine with there, but that looks like a redhead. Alright, we'll try to get a good look at it. Oh, shoot. Didn't realize this camera. Is it a redhead? It is indeed. That's a male redhead. Now, I believe we saw a female last week, but this is a male. All by himself. Hope he's okay. And I see somebody flying around here. Was it a gull that I was seeing? Maybe. It's pied-billed grebe there. Doesn't look like there's much out there. Again, goose there. I thought I saw something else in the water. I think, oh yeah, there's a ruddy duck there. And, something is closer by. No, that's... And it dove, so let's wait and see if maybe we can catch it when it's back up on the surface. Probably another ruddy duck if I had to guess. Come on, where are you? Oh, no, pied-billed grebe. Okay, let's move forward. Leaving everything in place, of course. Oh, you know what, we may, oh shoot. Stop right here. Got some ruddy ducks here. Here's one. Kind of snoozing. But there are others. It's a male. Yeah, he looked like the one we just saw before he dove. Looked like it was, he's getting there in terms of his breeding colors, but not there, not quite there yet. Here's a female. Hey. And a male. And another male. See, the problem is they keep, hey, they keep diving. You know what? I'm changing their name. I'm going to change their name. I'm taking the liberty of changing their name. Hold on one second. Oh, something's here. Flying overhead is a bald eagle. I don't know if I'll get it for you or not. Not with this camera. It's going to be tough to get. But anyway, they're called ruddy ducks, but because they dive and they're challenging to record, I'm going to call them rude ducks. Maybe. No, maybe not. It's not their fault. They are small ducks. I mean, they're not large at all. Much smaller than, let's say, a mallard. When he reaches full breeding colors, he'll have more like a rusty chestnut colored body, the white cheek, and the bill will be blue. We're going to move on. And one second, let me just look with binoculars around a little bit. Apparently, and I haven't checked today, but apparently I believe there had been a long-tailed duck somewhere around here. And I'd love to see that. I have seen long-tailed ducks myself before, but I've never seen one. I've never had like an opportunity for, you know, super close-ups or anything like that. I've had decent looks, but not a great, you know, not a great look that I would say, okay, this is, you know, the ultimate look at a you know, at a long-tailed duck. And I don't know if it's, you know, if it's still around. I have a feeling the answer is no. Well, well, there are more ducks up ahead. Just saw a great blue heron in the air. The report I saw the other day indicated that the long-tailed duck that had been around had been spending time, you know, close to some ruddy ducks. So far, nobody. Just heard a red-winged blackbird. Sorry about the mix-up earlier. I think it was at least partly my fault. At least partly. Actually, you know what? I'll take full responsibility. Well, as it turns out, there are 3 more redheads. Oops. Oh, wait. Hold on. we've got 3 redheads here, and I don't know where that first redhead we saw was. I don't know if it's now with them, and I believe I just saw an osprey, but I'm not sure. Nope, that's not an osprey. Never mind. Never mind. Looked like a gull. So if here's our, I think, who's that person there? That person's not supposed to be there. Not supposed to be there. So anyway, this is the last grouping of ruddy ducks, and I don't happen to see anything different with it, looking at them with the naked eye. Oh, see that? Did you see that? That one male who just dove, he was in, I think, full breeding colors. That one is. Hold on. See, he's got that, I guess, rusty colored body. I don't know if his bill is blue. Look for that, you know, it's not always going to be positioned this way, but you often see with ruddy ducks that tail is pointed upwards. That's just look at that profile, and you know, sometimes if you can't see the colors, maybe you can see the shape and you might realize, okay, I am looking at ruddy ducks. High-billed grebe. Overall, I'd say it's been kind of quiet here. We've seen or heard a decent variety, but I just somehow thought we'd be seeing more birds than we have to this point. I thought I just possibly heard a yellow warbler. Just heard a song sparrow. And a yellow warbler. Did I hear a gray catbird? That's an osprey. I was hoping that person would pop back out so I could tell him he shouldn't walk where he walked. Someone just sent me a message. Oh, I see sandhill cranes. Okay, now, rumor around town is that they have a baby with them. Two sandhill cranes over here. And there are some cars here, so let's see if we can get a better look. But again, I heard in the visitor center, they tell me that that they have a chick, a colt, and I don't know if it's gonna be possible to see the colt from here, just because of tall grasses and whatever. But we'll take a look in a moment. They're not super close to us, but then again, maybe that's a good thing. All right, I'm going to switch cameras, and we'll probably end up moving. Again, these are sandhill cranes. This is, of course, near them is a red-winged blackbird. And again, I've heard that they have a baby with them. And it could be there, it could be just resting on the ground. I don't see it, and I don't know if we're going to see it. I'm going to move forward. I'm going to leave everything in place. See if maybe we can get a better line of sight. It's possible. It's possible. Just saw a tree swallow. I'll stop right here for now. Now, if they have one of their young with them, it could very well be that it's there on the ground, and even just sitting down on the ground, resting, while its parents are there. Now, I don't know. I would love to see the colt. Again, that's what the young of sandhill cranes are called, colts. Why they're called colts, I don't know. But then again, oh, there it is. Hi, hello, hello. Now, unfortunately, we've got these tall grasses here, which is good and bad. It's bad for our purposes, but for their purposes, I'm sure it's just fine. Helps to hide their young. I think I'm hearing a marsh wren again. Beautiful birds. Definitely hearing a marsh wren. Hearing some Canada geese as well. And while you're looking there, I'm going to look around. Not really so much around. I'm going to look just to see if maybe we should move or not move. I don't believe moving would help us. In terms of seeing the cranes. We had one quick look at the colt, but that's it to this point. It's too bad that they're behind those grasses at the moment. They're a little farther away than sure I would like from a photography standpoint, but you know, we're not dealing, you know, fortunately we don't have a lot of heat shimmer to deal with at the moment. So that's one of the reasons why I said, you know, I'd really love to have a look at the colts, because given where they are and how they're somewhat stationary, they're not, you know, moving away or anything, and the conditions, it would seem to me that if the colt would be a little more cooperative, we might get a decent look. We won't stay here that much longer, but like I said, I'm hoping for another look at the colt. So we'll stay here a couple more minutes, I think. Now, who knows? They could move along, and maybe things would clear up for us in terms of vegetation. Here, robin. What was that? We'll move on. I think we're not going to, I mean, we can only hope for the colt to pop up, but looks like that's not happening much. Let's move on. They do have a baby with them.
Do they? Thank you.
Let's stop from here and take a look just in case it cleared up. 1 second. I don't think it did, but... Where are they? Oh! Shoot, missed it. If you see sandhill crane babies, they're colts, often this may not be anything out of the ordinary to you, but I don't see them very often, so I'm trying to give us the best look we can. Seems to be going back and forth between the parents. They're both feeding it, as I see it.
obviously we have a lot of grasses that are blocking our view, but there's nothing I can do about that. What I don't know is, is there going to be a clearing? I mean, there's always the possibility that maybe we'll have a clear line of sight on the colt, but you know, the grasses would have to be really short, or at least, yeah, I mean, really have to get into the clear for the colt to become nicely visible. I'm going to leave the camera here. I just want to look ahead. 1 second. Yeah, they're not moving much. You know, it's not like they're moving right along. And it's going to be a ways before they would actually. I don't see any place where they'd be fully in the clear. We'll move on soon enough. But I'm glad we had at least a few looks at the colt. Again, these are sandhill cranes if you're just joining us. There are 3 of them here, 2 adults and 1 little baby. This also shows you just, you know, through the various stages of the life cycle of a given species. You know, if you're a bird watcher or a photographer or whatever, you know, those various stages provide obviously different opportunities. And you know, if you're speaking specifically of the sandhill crane, you know, as you know, their migration patterns can be quite interesting, with large flocks coming together in very small areas. And you know, that's wonderful. It's completely different than what we're seeing now. But now, what are we seeing? We're seeing 2 adults and their young chick. They're colt, and you know, that's special in its own right. But we're going to move along because let me just show you very quickly. I mean, the cranes are here, and I mean, you can barely see. You can see 1 adult fairly well, especially when it pops its head up. The other one happens to be behind more vegetation, and the colt, you know, from this perspective, nowhere to be seen. And there's not going to be any clearing anytime soon. So we're going to move on. But this has been, in my opinion anyway, a delight.
before I forget to tell you, one eBird alert that I caught earlier this week. Hold on one second. Big blue heron. One alert that I caught earlier this week was about red-headed woodpeckers, and what was especially gratifying to me, unless the location was wrong, and it's possible I'm incorrect on my understanding of the location, but it seemed to be a report about the red-headed woodpecker at Cayuga State Park, where we've been going regularly. And what was good about it is it was noted that there were at least three. And if that's the case, that's wonderful to hear. And in fact, it was by a person who I've seen his posts before. I think he's reputable and everything. He's not just, sometimes someone will post something crazy and you're like, well, I don't know. It doesn't seem reasonable, and maybe someone has something completely incorrect. But this is someone not only who's reputable, but he posted the pictures. So unless he fabricated that picture or took it elsewhere, the fact that we might have multiple woodpeckers there is wonderful. Some geese and goslings, just a quick look. Now, I said geese and goslings. Well, they're all geese. I mean, even if they're babies, they are geese. They are Canada geese. So it's not like it's a different creature. Speaking of goslings, hello. Oh, by the way, I took a walk last night and on Wednesday night. And on Wednesday night, I did see... Oh, who's up there? Bald eagle up there. We've seen a bald eagle up here before, and this was even before anything was growing in, and we couldn't get a good clear line of sight. And I think now that the tree is, the leaves are starting to grow in, I don't know if we're going to get a clear line of sight no matter what we do. Anyway, so I took a walk and I saw in the, if you don't know, my neighboring red-tailed hawks I have named Betty and Barney. I saw their nest, and sure enough, they're using the same nest this year. And I saw the other night, Wednesday, I saw a chick. And then last night, I saw that there were two chicks. And, it's possible even that there are three, but I don't know. I cannot really see from the ground. So if three chicks were there and one was hunkered down or hasn't hatched yet or something, can't see it. And actually, only if the
the chicks had had their heads popped up and their wings flapping, maybe I could see them. Otherwise, I really couldn't see them, just given the way the angles are and everything. But it was good to see. I believe that was a swamp sparrow we just heard, and let's take a quick look. Where to go? Where's that nest? Let's take a quick look up at the eagle nest that's here. Is that a youngster up there? It is. Okay, we're going to try to take a look at the eagle nest and see if we can maybe get a better look now that there's a youngster up there, and you can see how big they are. 1 second here. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we have a line of sight. I just heard a song sparrow. And before we do that, let's look here, and we've got geese, goslings. Hello. Okay, I need a moment to set things up here so we can look. That wasn't good. Okay, that took less time than I thought it would. Come on. Okay, this took more than I thought it would. Okay, here we go. So we're going to look at the bald eagle nest, and we saw just now a chick up there, all dark. If you're not familiar with bald eagles, it takes, I believe, 5 to 6 years before you see the characteristic coloring of the adults. With the white head and the white tail feathers. So right now we're looking, this is a young chick in the nest. You see how dark it is. And you see how large it is. Now, in my opinion, it would seem that there is just one chick up there. It seems like if there were a second, it would be large enough where we would be seeing it, even if it's hunkered down a bit, but maybe I'm wrong. Now, what does that mean? Do they only have one chick, or is it that one has already fledged? That's a possibility also. Not a super clear view. I mean, we're looking over a long distance right now. Again, this is a bald eagle, a young bald eagle nestling, and it hasn't yet left the nest. Oh, sorry. Sorry. You go to deal with things, and then, sure enough, something gets caught on something, and the camera gets pulled away.
do me a favor, unless you were having an actual issue, don't discuss issues, because if I happen to check the chat room as I just did, I see references to a COD, and I'm wondering if we're offline. So do me a favor and don't do that. You never know when I might check the chat room. So we're going to move along. Nothing is really happening here. Again, that was a bald eagle nest, and if you're unfamiliar with bald eagles, you might assume, oh, that's not true. That didn't look like a bald eagle. Didn't have the white head and tail feathers. But sure enough, that is one. They don't get them until they're 5 or 6 years old. We're going to move on. I'm going to keep everything in place, though. We're coming up on the Benning Marsh, and I think I have to change this battery right away. And I just want to leave everything in place just in case we do see something worth looking at. These are the geese we already looked at just moments ago with the goslings. I don't see much going on here in the Benning Marsh. I don't see any shorebirds or anything like that. At least not with the naked eye. In fact, there's very little activity here. There's this Canada goose. Just heard a common grackle. This battery's going to die any moment. I've got to change it. Nothing really going. And while we're here, I'm going to switch batteries. Oh, where's the battery bag? I've got it. There it is. Turn this on, did I? Let's keep going. Sometimes the Benning Marsh can be, great for watching shorebirds. Maybe more in, now I think about it, maybe more in. Hold on. Okay, that's the red-winged blackbird. The way it was the red-winged blackbird, I'm looking at this position. It just looked like it might be something different, but no. Anyway, maybe it's more in the fall that it's good for shorebird viewing. But I mean, we haven't seen really we've seen hardly anything in terms of shorebird activity. Well, anywhere. We did more at the visitor center pool than anywhere else, and that is drying up anyway. And I think I would have to say, I think it's safe to say that most of the shorebird, I think at least a good part of the shorebird migration might already be done in terms of shorebirds passing through here. I'm sure we're going to see some, and there will be some that will actually spend the summer here. By the way, I've been meaning to mention, looks like, I believe it's the 25th, the weekend of the 25th of May. We may not have a tour. Yes, almost certain that Saturday the 25th we will not have a tour. If things work out, I mean, it's possible we will, or maybe possibly actually Sunday the 26th instead. I see a mallard, a male, but almost certain we're not going to have one on the 25th, just so you know. So congratulations. Looks like you might be getting a weekend off. I see, it looks like a muskrat. I have to say, if we don't have a tour on a given weekend, the weekend seems so different for me. First of all, it seems like a long weekend. Although I enjoy this, but somehow it's, if I don't have to do this, it's just different. It's like I've gotten another day off or something. This is an osprey. It's like a long weekend. But I always, for such a weekend, I always end up missing this. Anyway, I find that it's highly unlikely we'll have a tour that weekend. But if it turns out to be that I can sneak one in, I'll sneak one in. Something's flying around well up ahead. I don't know. What could it be? I don't know. I can't see it. I see a great blue heron. And what is that? Oh, turkey vulture. So there's a turkey vulture flying around up ahead, and just now, I mean, it's not close to us, but it seemed to be at one point pretty low to the ground. And to our left. Okay, I thought that was another great blue heron. By the way, a couple more mallards, 2 males. By the way, if you're, we had in this location here last week, or actually just up ahead, I think, we had a good look at gadwalls, and I did post that video to YouTube if you have any interest. What I liked about it, was actually, I think we recorded it right here, and sure enough, are these gadwalls? Yes, we won't spend as much time looking at them. I'm not sure if we can anyway because of the vegetation. But we've got a couple gadwalls here again, and I'm hearing a marsh wren. So anyway, we, oh, and there's a great blue heron over here as well. Now, you may recall, last week was kind of windy, noisy, and we had, between the wind noise and the highway noise, it was quite noisy, and I started to look at the footage, and I wanted to post it because the reason why I thought the footage was of value was because with those gadwalls closer, we were able to see some of the colors and just how intricately patterned gadwalls are. You know, you see them from a distance and you just assume they're plain, bland brown ducks, and you can see that that's not the case when you get a closer look. So I wanted to post that, but it was noisy and everything, and I was rather proud of myself because I was able to get rid of essentially all the wind noise. I use a special process, and I just like the way it worked. It can't always work, that process that I used. I wish it could, but it can't for various reasons. But in this case, it worked out, so that was kind of nice. I guess I can always, in any video clip, I can always eliminate all the sound, and maybe in many ways that might be better. That way you don't hear me talking. There is an osprey up there, and that's, I think it's vocalizing a bit. A Canada goose down here, just preening. And oh, we still have this nest here. Let's take a quick look. So we've been hearing today swamp sparrows and marsh wrens. So they've definitely returned. I just heard a marsh wren. We've had very few looks at either species, especially the marsh wren. Just the way their behavior prevents us from seeing them well. They often will hear them, but they'll drop down, or they'll never be up in view in the first place, and they spend their time in the vegetation, and we just never get to see them. But every once in a while, if we happen to be looking in the right location at the right time, we might catch a quick glimpse. Another great blue heron. But not much else going on here.
And it seems to me that, I mean, the way things are, the vegetation looks already. It looks like this will probably all end up being all choked up with vegetation soon enough. Canada geese and goslings. Hello, goslings. Hi. Really? Look at that. Hello. I don't know if he's proud or not, but I'd be proud. We're going to move on. I don't want to bother them. Actually, I don't even know if that was a he. No sign of movement. We've seen over the years many Canada goose nests and many Canada goose goslings out of the nests. We haven't had much chance to see them in the nest, the goslings, but we have on one or two occasions. Actually, one in particular I can think of, it was at Sapsucker Woods. There's a song sparrow we just heard. Heard something. I don't know what that was. Interesting that we have not seen any. We did not see any great egrets today. We saw several last week, but only in one area of Wildlife Drive. From Wildlife Drive. Just makes you wonder. I mean, were they passing through, or are they in the area, but they're just, I don't know, they just don't happen to be where we saw them last week, and maybe they're in a nearby area. Who knows? It's just, water levels are very, very important. And they definitely affect where we'll see things. And, I think of the times when they decide to drain the main pool. At first they start draining and it takes a while, but as the water levels draw down, and, you see some areas are dry or there's mud or whatever, but there are still some other areas that have a little bit of water left. What happens is you see more fish are there, and as a result more birds that fish are there, more birds that look for fish as prey. And so sometimes you'll see a concentration of great blue herons in such a place, and maybe great egrets along with them.
And there have been times when they have been, they've been draining the pool, and you'll see those two species, the great, like I said, great blue heron and great egret there. But you'll also see maybe double-crested cormorants there swimming along. And, it becomes a very, very active area. And so on a temporary basis, okay, that works for us, and we get to see more birds. Once everything dries up completely, then, it becomes a lot less interesting to at least some of the birds. Once such an area dries out completely, you might, maybe I could see a great blue heron, for instance, possibly being somewhat interested, if it thinks that there might be frogs there or something like that. Maybe. And I've seen, even from my own home, last year and maybe also a year or two before, there was one that was very obviously going after rodents. No doubt about it. It was going after rodents. And I once even saw it catch a rodent. Anyway, so that is potentially of interest. But for a species such as a pied-billed grebe or a double-crested cormorant, they're not going to be interested once it dries out. I mean, there's got to be a place to swim and to swim after fish. Species like that, they're not going to have any interest whatsoever. So we didn't see all that many ducks here today. We did see some mallards here and there. I didn't really focus on them, but we saw green-winged teals near the visitor center, the gadwalls, and that's just about it for ducks. In the warmer months, this area isn't necessarily a great one to. Redhead too, and what am I thinking? And also the ruddy ducks. But you're not going to see large flocks of ducks here typically in the warmer months. We see them during migration though. All right, that's it for Wildlife Drive. Not bad. I enjoyed it certainly, and I certainly enjoyed seeing the sandhill cranes. Only member of the heron family we saw was a great blue heron. Last week we had seen great blue heron and great egret, and also the American bitterns. Very briefly, but we saw them. Different story today. With the naked eye, as I drove by Mays Point, I didn't see much. Doesn't mean there isn't much going on, but I didn't see much. Really nothing, obviously, on the water. What? 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 66 degrees, apparently. Warmer than last week. We were in the upper 40s last week. And I don't know exactly about the Montezuma area, but it was warmer the last couple days, warmer than these upper 60s. Okay, 67 now. In fact, during the week, we even had, I think in upstate New York, there were some areas that were like upper 70s. As I recall, Monday was quite warm. There were some turkey vultures flying around up ahead and left and right. And we'll take a left up here and just take a quick look around. We haven't seen much lately. Who is that? Is that a... Hold on, was that... Hold on a second. Oh, what is this? What is this? I'm not sure what it is, to be honest with you. And I mean, for all I know, they're house sparrows, but just the behavior didn't seem right. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not an expert on, well, anything, but I gotta get out of the way. Go ahead. Go ahead. And they're stopping too. I don't know why. We're hearing house sparrows, so maybe that's what they were. I think... Oh, hold on. Got to deal with something. Whew. Not the finest of aromas, you know? No, I don't know what they were, now I think about it. Here we have, this is a house sparrow right here. Notice a different shape, but I don't know. We're going to move on. I don't know what they were. I don't know. Anyway. want to have a quick look around. You never know what might be in these fields. Now, to my right, and I don't know if you've caught a glimpse or not, it looks like they're working on these fields. They've been working on getting them ready for planting, I guess. Same thing with the fields on either side of us. There had been vegetation, left over from harvest, last fall. But now it looks like they've gone over the ground, and if they haven't planted already, they will be. And if you're wondering, okay, why is he bothering telling us all this? Well, to me, it just, makes you wonder what you might see from a bird watching perspective. And, in the fall, for instance, those fields were often used by either Canada geese or sandhill cranes. And now with everything cleaned up and cleaned out, they wouldn't be good for them. You know what I mean? Hey, out of the road, out of the road, out of the road, out of the road, out of the road. Jeez. I think you're spend time in the road. It's like you're a kid at Cornell. So, in the fall, I would definitely drive around this area a little bit more. I might, with the reasonable expectation, or at least reasonable hope of, maybe seeing sandhill cranes in these fields. Today, no. Well, for a couple reasons. And I would take a left here, and we would go along and look there, but I'm not going to bother doing that today. Some starlings, because granted, the sandhill cranes behave differently this time of year anyway, and they're not really flocking around here, at least at this time. However, even if they were, just the fact that there's little or no food available, I wouldn't expect to see them there any longer. So that's why we're not going to bother. Now, it was really just a few weeks ago we were seeing those, near the visitor center, we were seeing maybe 20 to 23, 25 sandhill cranes together in a fairly limited area. But I have a feeling things have changed, and we're not going to see much of that anymore. But I don't know for certain. We obviously saw a pair and their young earlier. If there are any young ones, that are, just hatched last year, I don't know how long it is before they're mature and having young of their own. But maybe they hang around together. That I don't know. I don't believe I've yet seen. Just on eastern bluebird. I don't believe I have yet seen a female mallard today. I've seen males in a few locations, and I'm not saying every single female is now busy nesting, but I have to imagine a significant percentage of them are. Where those nests are, who knows? I've been seeing from my home in that stream that I have in my view that has yet to choke up. I've been seeing. I saw a couple male. I believe it was one or two male mallards today, and I also saw a couple wood ducks, male and I believe, yeah, male and female. And it just makes me wonder, okay, is it that they're not yet nesting, or are they not going to nest? I mean, I don't know. Lots of pigeons. I'm lucky enough that either with you or just in my day-to-day travels and viewing, I managed to see wood ducks over the course of the year, quite a few times. And I'm not saying I take them for granted, I really don't. But, I mean, you look at them in breeding colors, and what outrageous coloring the male has. It's just amazing. And, that's all well and good, but, I mean, to think that it has it and, I'm able to see it myself without necessarily having to travel a long ways or anything like that, it's just, special. At least I think so. All right. So we're here to hopefully see again the great horned owl nest, and I'm just I don't remember exactly where it is, but I think we should be able to find it. What I'd like to do is just turn around. I see some Canada geese around, well, not in the pond, but in the grasses. And given how the owlets looked last week, I imagine. Oh, and actually, Richard told me that they are still there. But I didn't think that they would be. Not that I'm an expert, but I didn't think that they would have, fully developed and left the nest already in just a week. But I imagine that we'll be seeing today some significant changes. But I don't know what an owlet looks like when it leaves the nest. So I'm hoping we'll have a look. The other thing I'm concerned with, I don't know if there's going to be an issue or not. I'm concerned that we might, as the leaves fill in, that we might lose our line of sight. That could happen. And things are, there's been a I'd say a noticeable increase in the amount of green just about everywhere, even in just the last few days. I think I see it. Yeah, I do see it. And I do see at least one outlet. And I had good luck coming over here last week. Uh-oh. I have a feeling we're going to have a hard time. Oh, no, I think we'll be okay. 1 second here. do look different. I can really only see one. All right, let's take a look. I hear robins. Yeah.
And I'm hearing a tufted titmouse. Oh, there they go. Okay, I see two. Good. So these are great horned owls. They do look they've definitely changed since last week, and that's not at all a surprise. I believe I just heard if I'm not mistaken, a warbling vireo. And we're hearing chipmunks, by the way. This one is snoozing. That's why I didn't really see it before. It didn't look like it was there. When I was looking with binoculars, it looked like maybe just one, I don't know. I couldn't see couldn't see its head very well. It wasn't well defined. But now looking more closely, you can see definitely both chicks, both owlets. We won't stay here too long today. It's not as windy as it was last week, but you can still see the tree is moving a little bit in the wind. And while you're looking at them, I'm going to look around a bit. Oops, sorry. Oops, I keep bumping the camera, sorry. Let me just redo that 1 second. last week they essentially looked at us the whole time, but today they look a little bit more sleepy. And I don't know if they were awake in part because of us watching them. I have a feeling the answer is no. Given how the nest was moving around in the wind last week, I wouldn't be surprised if that was kind of keeping them active, keeping them alert. So again, we're not going to watch them for an extended period of time. It was great to see them last week. It's good to see them again today. And you can see how they do look different. They're getting a little darker. Last week they were just a little bit more fluffy. Today they're still fluffy, but it looks like their feathers are a little bit more refined. A little bit that much closer to how they will be when they leave the nest. Hearing a northern cardinal. Maybe two. We'll move on pretty soon, as I said. Just like I said, I want to look around a bit just to see if there's anything else nearby, or specifically an adult. But I do see in the air ahead and to our right, looks like turkey vultures circling. And actually there's another one behind the woods that we're looking at. I don't know if it's doing that because it's trying to keep cool. It's not that hot. I mean, it's 68 degrees right now. And it's not in, I mean, it's getting to be in, the sun is shining on it a little bit now, but it's not like it's bright sunshine. The skies are clearing a little bit. Oops, shoot, didn't want to do that. That was my fault. Did not try to do that. Sleepy. I'm hearing a northern flicker. Oops, sorry. Sorry. What happened? I'm going to back up just a bit, I think. I don't know if it'll help or not. I can only back up so much before we start to have some real problems. A couple Canada geese flying overhead. You mean I wasn't recording? Come on. I might not have been recording. Oh well. The wind is moving things around just a bit right now. We'll move on soon enough. I know I've been saying that, but these are actually some of the better views that we've had today, just because I moved back a bit and they've repositioned their heads a bit. Now we've got that action again with the throat. I don't know if it does this to cool or not. And I wonder if something has its attention. Well, there's still turkey vultures flying around here and there. the chipmunks are vocalizing, and I take that vocalization that I'm hearing as an alert, and I just somehow doubt it's because of me. It's possible, but I do wonder if something else is nearby. The only alerts really that I do hear are from the chipmunks. I don't believe the robin we're hearing is calling an alert. If you're getting bored with this, I apologize. We're going to move forward, I think, again. Yeah, let's do that. In a minute. Just because there's a car coming. It's not going to help much. Take a few last looks, and then I think we're going to move on. Again, if you happen to be just joining us now, these are great horned owls in their nest, babies. They've not been moving around. They've moved their heads a little bit, but I mean, each one has hardly done any repositioning or anything, and but they're looking at us. I think right now, or looking around, and they have occasionally looked around just a bit, but not much activity. They seem a little sleepy, and that's okay. I just think we're fortunate to be able to see them. So it doesn't seem like there's an adult around, unfortunately. I'd love to see one, but... And, at near Wildlife Drive, where the other owls were that we did not see, my understanding is that they're still too young to feed themselves, so the adults have to feed them. And I think we're going to move along. Bye, owls.
Okay. I don't know how much longer they'll be there. I mean, they definitely look different today than they did a week ago. And, I'm sure they'll be that much different, that much more developed next week. The Swainson's hawk, I guess, has not been seen all that much over the last couple of days. It was seen, from what I'm told, it was seen along East Road, but it's been a couple of days since anyone has spotted it. Quite honestly, I'm fine with that. I mean, I say that only because that Swainson's hawk really should not be around here, and I would hope that it would find its way back to where it should be, its proper range, for its own sake. It's one thing to see a rarity that is only a rarity because of the time of year. Although that can be a problem also. I mean, if there's a bird that's in a given area that should have headed south, for instance, and it's the middle of winter, I'd be very concerned for that bird. But sometimes if it's just simply a matter of this bird that is being tagged as rare, it's only here. It happens to be here a few days early. Big deal. Or a few days late. It's supposed to have migrated out, and we happen to see one that is fine. It just looks like it hasn't left yet for whatever reason. Or okay, that's fine. But sometimes if you see a rarity that is, essentially of the type of a species of bird that's never in this area or is not here at all during like any season of the year, any time of year, then I definitely wonder about it. And my memory goes back, my thoughts go back right now to the roseate spoonbill and the wood stork. Those are species that are not here any time of year ordinarily. And hold on a second. Okay, just remember if you're commenting on my post, see some deer to our left. 3, 4, 3. Anyway, when it comes to species like the wood stork and the roseate spoonbill, they clearly, they're not here any time of year, and it's nice to see them. It's interesting to see them, and if you're like me, it's not like you're normally traveling to the areas where they are, their regular range where they are normally seen. Sure, it's great to see them, but I would prefer that, I'd love to have a look, and then I want it to leave the area and head back to where it should be, just, again, for its own sake. I remember when we saw at Heil School Road, there had been a sighting of a black-bellied whistling duck, a duck that is normally not in this area at all. And I remember we were seeing it, I believe it was September, somewhere around there. And, maybe it would have been fine wintering here, for instance, but, I had to imagine that it's not necessarily adapted for really cold weather. I could be wrong. And I remember worrying about it. I was just glad to see it, but I wanted it to leave right away. Oh, it's I didn't realize it's so late already. Something smells. I'm going to turn around. I'm not seeing anything going on here. And come on. Whew. As realistic as I want things to be, I want you to have good, clear, crystal clear video and crystal clear audio. Again, for your sake, I'm glad you. I'm glad you can't experience the aromas. I was thinking about Van Dyne's Spoor, but it's a little late for that. It's my fault. I really should have started a day earlier. Easier said than done sometimes, but 72 degrees according to my thermometer. I don't remember exactly what the high temperature was supposed to be. Anyway, welcome to East Road. Hopefully I can eject the aromas from my vehicle. I think I see a red-winged blackbird, and definitely I think I saw a robin also. Yeah, that's better. I just heard a robin. And, I believe I just saw an eastern bluebird, but I'm not positive. Look with binoculars, it's on the wire. Oh yes, eastern bluebird ahead of us on the wire. And a couple mourning doves, I think. Bluebird just took off. If I had to make a prediction, I doubt we're going to see all that much here, but I could be wrong. What I'm definitely not seeing, at least to this point, is I'm not seeing any other vehicles here. I see some mallards. probably some Canada geese well in the distance, and a few others. We'll take a few looks, but I don't think we're going to see all that much. Probably, at least in the water, very little or anything out of the ordinary. But there are other species that we might see around here. I was kind of hoping to go to Van Dyne's Spoor and maybe possibly see sandhill cranes there. But I don't want to spend the time, to be honest with you. See a great blue heron in the air. There's really not much going on that I can see. Here's some Canada geese. Red-winged blackbird. I believe I just heard a marsh wren. Faintly. Who's out there? I see, it looks like Canada geese on the ground in front of them. Are those Canada geese also? Yeah, I guess so. The mallards I had seen were around here somewhere, and I don't know if I see them any longer. But things are quiet here. I think we're going to move on. And because I am concerned with time, I think we're going to be cutting short the rest of the of Montezuma, and we're going to. So I mean, I think we're going to skip Mays Point and Shockey Pool at this point. See, looks like a swallow of some sort. I'm not sure what kind. Probably a tree swallow, I guess. And up in the air, up higher, I see great blue heron. I don't like skipping areas, but I mean, we only have so much time, and I have to be, I want to show you as many birds as I can, and just what I could see, not that I could see everything, but what I could see from the road as we drove by them earlier had me thinking there wasn't all that much at either location. So, and including, quite honestly, I didn't see a lot of bird watchers at either location either. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. I mean, There could have been 10 people who happened to leave just a minute before I drove through. It's always possible. But again, it's a matter of just using what information I have, and sometimes it's just a wild guess as to where the best location is to go, where we should spend our time. American Robin to our right. Starlings, possibly. A bunch of birds flying around. What is that? Hold on. In the air, I see... Oh, it's a pigeon. Okay. I thought it was something else for a moment. Now, I'm not saying that we're not going to be going to Shockey Pool or anything. In fact, I was tempted to spend a significant amount of time today possibly looking at the Great Blue Heron Rookery. But for various reasons, we're not. And things are likely to change quite a bit. I didn't really study the water levels there at, from East Road looking down on the Knox Marcellus Marsh, but the water levels are a certain way right now. Significant amount of water, maybe, I would say relatively high levels of water, high water mark. That's fine, but not necessarily great for great blue herons or great egrets or whatever. So, as they're likely to dry up a bit and those water levels drop, it might become prime hunting area for the great blue herons and great egrets and other members of the heron family. So, above Mays Point, I just saw in flight a black tern. I had seen two from Wildlife Drive, but didn't get to show them to you. Black tern is another favorite species of mine. Not only are they enjoyable to record, if possible, and we haven't looked at any warblers. I just saw someone who probably, if I had to guess, is probably photographing warblers right now, if I had to guess. Anyway, what was I saying? I forgot. I should stop interrupting myself. There have been times when we've visited Mays Point and we just end up seeing a lot of beautiful birds flying around, and it can be wonderful. And then there are many times we've gone there and it's like, oh, there's nothing going on here. It all depends. Sometimes it's just a matter of timing, and not even necessarily it's not necessarily that the conditions are especially good or bad. Sometimes it's just a matter of the birds being elsewhere. I believe I've seen only one red-tailed hawk today anywhere, and that was from home this morning, a distant hawk, not even one I necessarily know. I don't believe it was one of my neighboring hawks. Don't recall seeing one the entire drive here and during our time here. I did post video of the owlets from last week if you're interested in a closer look at what they looked at like last week, if you haven't seen it. Much more color today, significantly more. So we're heading towards the park, and we'll look around, and who knows, maybe we'll have some luck, maybe we won't. And then I think we'll likely take a break right after that while I drive to San Ithaca. In the field to our left. Not a huge number, but think about it. I mean, here it is. We're in May now, May 4th, and next month, sometime next month, we can expect to see that the Canada geese are not really flying around anymore while they molt. Go through their molting process. So, for me, what that means is, this morning, for instance, I saw geese, Canada geese, within my view. It was one of the first birds I saw, and but during the molting period, they're usually not within my view. And at least for that view, I go for several, a few weeks without seeing them. And unless there's a pair or two that have nested in the area, and that's possible. I think some may have nested near enough that they might be within my view at times with their goslings. Hey, cut it up. And I might see them maybe. So usually, it's late in June that I stop seeing them, and then it's a few weeks later, maybe mid to late July, that I get to start seeing them again. I'm not sure how long the process actually takes, but it's usually a few weeks. 70 degrees. I think I just heard a house sparrow. Chipmunk. I'm not sure what I'm hearing, if that's... I see a robin. I just heard a red-bellied woodpecker. Okay, I see somebody, and I'm concerned about angles here. I'm going to use this camera for now. I think I just heard a warbling vireo. There's a robin we just heard by the way, and there's a robin singing also. Red-winged blackbird. Oh, who's singing? Oriole, maybe? I believe I'm hearing a Baltimore Oriole, and I may have just heard a brown-headed cowbird, but I'm not sure. The red-headed woodpecker is still where we saw it. I just heard red-bellied. Oh, it just moved a... Well, no, moved a bit and then moved right back. Oh, now it took off. Now it's same tree, different branch, lower branch. All right, let's turn right. Uh-oh. All right, we've got to turn around. See a starling. Nothing on the water here, nothing that I can see. And let me just stop here for a second and look. Oh, I just saw it at a nest. Hold on. In a nest. And I think we might be able to get a view from here without having to... Wait, can I get it from here? Am I looking in the wrong spot? I think so. Hold on. Well, I'm not sure if it went back in the nest or not. I lost sight of it. I'm going to give you a look. Oh, come on. This wire's so silly. Alright, hold on. Gets caught up on me and then it pulls everything out of balance. So that hole there in that branch is where I saw it go in and out. And let me, while you're looking at it there, I'm going to look with binoculars and see if I can find it. See if it's out anywhere. I don't see it at the moment.
I mean, we did see it in, you know, up at a higher branch, but again, I don't know where it is at this moment. I did, and that's the same, that is the nest we saw, or at least we suspected it was a nest, when we saw it 2 or 3 weeks ago from the road, and we couldn't see the actual hole in the in the branch, but we can see it from this angle. Just heard a song sparrow. So in terms of, I'm looking around as best I can from here. I'm not seeing it anywhere. I don't know if it went back in or if it flew on to another branch and is now waiting. I mean, oh, there it is. I saw you. I saw you. I think I just heard a hairy woodpecker, and I believe I see it. So we've seen or heard, I think, 3 different species of woodpecker: hairy, red-bellied, and red-headed. And right now we're looking at the red-headed woodpecker's nest. And the hairy, I think, the hairy woodpecker, I believe, just flew farther. Oh no, wait. Wait a second. I looked away. I did not see if one came out of the nest just now, but I just saw one elsewhere. And I still see it. I don't know. Did you see it come out of the nest is the question. I looked away, and I now see it. Actually, I see it up in a different branch, I think. And it seemed to chase after the hairy. Hold on a second. Again, I'm not sure if this is a different one or the same one that we saw in the nest. And that's important. Very important, actually. Where'd it go? Okay, I'm checking the chat room, and I see, you know, because you only look at whatever the camera's showing you, and you didn't look away as I looked away, and so you're confirming now that we have 2 red-headed woodpeckers, which is wonderful. And I say that because, you know, I was concerned that there'd be only one, and maybe it would not be able to find a net, you know, a mate. Hello.
What are you taking pictures of?
Red-headed woodpecker.
Where's he at?
Well,
Somebody said something about there being a nest out here.
and just so you know, I'm streaming live, okay? You see the gazebo. Then there's a tree over to our right, and it leans to the right a bit. If you go up, and then you see there's a main branch that actually goes more to the left a little bit. On that, there's a hole, and the hole is the nest. And we saw one go in there, okay? And there's another one around here somewhere.
Park down to the park and try that, I think.
Good luck. So I've lost track of where the other is. We're gonna switch cameras, and I'm gonna look with binoculars. 1 second. I don't know. Oh, wait. I saw it, and here it is. Hey! As I was saying, I was concerned that we'd have one red-headed woodpecker and it would never find a mate or anything like that. And to now see two is wonderful. It found a mate, and who knows? Maybe we were seeing, maybe we were seeing two all along, for all I know. All winter long. This one looks like it's working. It's clearing out something. I couldn't tell if it's just debris or if they actually have, maybe cleaning up after young that are in there. I have no idea. But anyway, I was concerned that, poor thing would never find a mate. And then when I saw the eBird posting from that other, from the gentleman this week, saying that there were either, he said he thought 3, maybe even 4. That really gave me hope. I think that gentleman whom I spoke with moments ago, I think he's really in the wrong spot. He should be over here. He really should be over here. I see where he is, and he's not going to get anything from there. He's not going to get anything from there. He's not going to see. There's no way. Where he is standing, there's no way he can see. So anyway, if you're just joining us, we're looking at red-headed woodpeckers. This one is outside of its nest, and inside there is another adult. And we've seen it on occasion pop up or have its head, come out, and it would, release something out. Now, I don't know if the one in the nest is cleaning things out or cleaning up after young. I have no idea. Another issue here is that the red-headed woodpecker, their numbers have been declining, and
even reporting one here, it's considered a rarity. And so I'm, always hopeful that that they can, have a successful breeding season. And so again, to see this is really good news, I would say. Wish that branch would stop getting in the way. We haven't seen the one inside for a bit, I believe. That gentleman should not be where he is. He's okay to stand there legally, and that's not the issue. But if he wants to see, I don't believe he can see. I wish he would look over my way, and I would tell him, no, don't be there. Come over here. Hold on, I've got to adjustment. That's better. And I'm not going to call out to him because I'd have to do it fairly loudly. Now we saw, this is the same nest that we saw weeks ago. But we saw it from the street and we could not see the nest itself. And quite honestly, I couldn't even be certain there was a nest there. I didn't know if it was a defined hole or if there was just an area where things had rotted away and it was just picking at it or something. But from here, we can see that yes, in fact, there is a nest there. Or at least I should say a clearly defined hole. We won't stay here too much longer. It's getting late, but like I said, wonderful to see. I just consider it great news. Hey, out of the way. I see the suggestion, go get him, he's missing out. Now, he's looking up at something. You know what? It's possible he sees the one out of the nest, but I can't believe he can see the nest itself. I may be wrong, but I can't believe he can. But I can't leave my car right now. Everything is situated as such that I really can't go get him. If I were just on foot and not, worried about the tour or anything like that, sure, I could go tell him, you really should come over here. There's a chance he's looking in the right spot. I told him where the nest was, and I suspect he might even be seeing the one that's. In fact, hold on a second. Let me look with binoculars. Well, he's moved a little bit, and. You know what? I'll bet he has a pretty decent view. In fact, maybe in some ways better than the one we have, in some ways. Depending on what his background is behind. He's going to see the red-headed woodpecker in profile from where he's standing. And we're looking at it from behind. And he's closer. We're not going to stay here too much longer, but this view gives us the occasional look at the one who is in the nest. We're going to move on, I think, very, very, very shortly, but even if I don't see anymore, I don't care. I'm just glad that
we're in the right spot to see that, yes, in fact, this one has found the mate. And again, maybe it's been with its mate all winter long, for all we know, and maybe we've only seen one at a time. I've heard references on occasion to heard some calling or whatever, and we've seen ourselves weeks ago. We actually watched as whatever one we were watching was calling. But again, with a species like this that is unfortunately in decline, it's nice to see that, you know, there's hope for a brood here. I mean, you never know. Nothing's guaranteed, but there's hope. Well, everybody, I think it's time we took a break. It's almost 5 o'clock, and I think it's going to be almost 6:30 by the time we restart in Ithaca. So it's in terms of activity, there's not really that much going on, but we know what's going on in terms of there being 2 and everything like that. So I can't complain. Anyway, let's plan on meeting again at about 6:30, maybe a little sooner. I've got to do some reconfiguring and packing up here, and then I'll head to Ithaca as quickly as I can. I'm just, like I said, I'm very grateful that we were able to see, well, I've been grateful all along seeing red-headed woodpeckers, but to see that there are, in fact, 2 of them here just kind of warms the heart. Anyway, we'll see you all in a little while. Just make sure you got the message. What else did I see or hear? And please understand. Northern cardinals in view now. But please understand, there are lots of goose droppings around. Anyone stands in here, or steps on it, well, you're walking the rest of the way. Okay? All right. No offense. But, you know. Anyway, like I said, lots of geese and goslings around the parking lot, or at least 2 families of geese and goslings. Yeah, at least 2. I need to just gather some things, and then we'll take a walk. Let me just make sure everything is up and running. I can't remember what time I told you. Yeah, I told you 6:30. It's a little early. But that's okay. Quiet, Ferris. Gotta turn off the Bluetooth here. Quiet. Oops. Didn't want to do that. Gotta turn off the Bluetooth here. Okay. We are live. Everything seems to be working. We may have you never know, we may have an issue when we get out of the car. It happens. I see geese and pairs of geese in a number of locations, and like I said, I have seen some goslings. I'll leave them alone. Leave them alone. There's some humans that I think are seeing some goslings and maybe getting closer than I would like. Hopefully they'll keep their distance. Okay, I'll be with you as soon as I can. Keep away from them. Don't get too close. geese going after each other here at the parking lot area, but hopefully no harm done. It's tempting, obviously, to, whenever you see a bird, especially if you're not a regular bird watcher, but you might appreciate them, it's tempting to try to get a really close look. But, you know, you have to be respectful. And, you know, I have to admit, sometimes I have to remind myself to be respectful. Everything is tangled up on everything else, as is so often the case. And wonder how on earth could this have happened. A little bit of a breeze. Somewhat constant, actually. But I don't have to bundle up quite as much as I did last week. Oh, I forgot to mention the American crow, and I just heard it. Oh, and black-capped chickadee as well. I heard one of those as I drove in. Okay, I think we're just about ready to take a walk. Oh, turkey vulture up above, by the looks of things. And there's a robin over here on the ground over here. Hi. Just heard a song sparrow. And we're hearing a cardinal sing. I don't know if I see it or not. I saw one fly in view a few minutes ago, but I'll have to look with binoculars. One second. I don't see one. All right, we're gonna do a little bit of walking. We have red-winged blackbirds singing here and there around us, and maybe chasing after each other a bit. There's one. Oh, I thought I probably heard a Baltimore Oriole as I was driving in, but I'm not positive on that, to be honest with you. Okay, now, again, you've been warned, watch where you step. I have a feeling that
in some areas especially, it's going to be very challenging to walk. Okay. They just ran across the driveway here over to here. Canada geese and their goslings here, and there's a smaller family here, a little closer. Hearing the Baltimore Oriole, or I should say a Baltimore Oriole. One second, I've got to make an adjustment there. And I've got to make another adjustment. A little bit more. I had thought there are two Canada geese that are closer to where we're parked, and I thought I didn't see any goslings, but I thought there was a possibility that maybe they were under one of the adults. As I drove in, it seemed like one was on the ground with its wings spread a little bit, and I thought maybe keeping some younger ones warm, but I think I saw both of them on their feet. I didn't see any goslings, so these are the only goslings, these two families. Oh, I just heard a blue jay. We're going to move along. Always good to see Canada geese and their goslings. Actually, I hear a couple blue jays. Really now. Come on. Did I hear a killdeer? I'm not sure. Maybe not. I may have just heard a swamp sparrow, but I'm not sure. Okay, let's get towards go towards the pond and the trails. Now, I have to say, if I step in something, I'm not allowed back in the vehicle either, so I don't know what we'll do, since none of you can drive. It's just interesting that some of these Canada geese are here. They have no goslings. They're not nesting or anything. So, I wonder what's going on. It's just a little different for them to be in this, in these areas around the parking lot. Now, maybe it's because there's just, there's grass here, and it's, maybe better grazing than some of the other areas here at Sapsucker Woods. The last few times we've been here, we've seen a Canada goose here in this area, and I see one again. I don't see. I don't know if there's a nest. I thought I might have heard a red-bellied woodpecker. I'm not sure. Oh, I have. Speaking of woodpeckers, I have something to tell you. I don't know if I heard a red-bellied or not. Oh, but you know what? Look, they've now these tables here are temporary. These benches look like they have not yet been fastened down, but I'm able to walk here is my point, and we can look in the lab a little bit. They're getting there. It's a lot cleaner, and when you start to see, unless they had absolutely no other place to put them, when you start to see things like chairs and things like that, things that you wouldn't want in the way during construction, you just get the sense that they're getting closer. Now, if they're still on track for their June reopening, here it is, we're in May, so they're getting there. Anyway, back to this Canada goose. I don't know if it's the same goose every time, but we haven't. I've kind of looked from here for a nest or something, but I haven't seen one. And my speculation has been that maybe there's a nest nearby, and that's why it's the mate. Oh, what do I see? Hold on. Maybe it's a mate staying nearby. But I haven't seen a nest. Now, maybe there is one. I just haven't seen it. Oh, is that a titmouse? Oh, don't move. I just heard a cardinal singing. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm trying to... It is. That's a tufted titmouse right there. I just heard a common grackle. Oh, wish I could take off that quickly. And what else do we have in the feeding garden? I see some mourning doves. And did I just hear a yellow warbler? Maybe. We heard a few today, but I haven't seen one yet. And red-winged blackbird, that's a common grackle there. Is there anyone we can see up above, maybe? Wait, who's this? Shoot, come on. That's an American goldfinch, female, by the looks of it. And that's a male right there. We're going to move on. Going to leave everything in place. See a Canada goose out on the water. Hold on a sec. There we go. Who's this? Hold on. Oh, common grackle there. I think it was in the feeding garden. It looked like it flew there from the feeding garden. Right. Yeah. I believe I may have just heard a white-throated sparrow. I see a great blue heron, I believe. Song sparrow, just heard one sing. And I'm not sure if that's red-bellied woodpecker or hairy woodpecker I just heard. Northern cardinal singing. And the great blue heron is right here. So while you're looking there, I'm going to look around a little bit with binoculars. That was a downy woodpecker. And we still have Canada geese on their nests. I see at least 2 nests that have geese on them. And I don't know if we have a third as a possibility, but let's look at the 2 that I can see from here anyway. See if we can maybe see that other nest location that we've seen in prior weeks. I don't know if it's, I'm guessing it still has an adult on it, and the only reason why I guess is because it seemed like it was still really working on building the nest when we had already been seeing at other locations someone, on the nest, on their own nest. So, yep, still have someone here. And I think we can get a look in from this point here. Beep, beep. That was a northern cardinal. Just heard an American crow. And I saw a grackle, but didn't get it. Make another adjustment, 1 second. I can't adjust it any more than that. I hear some Canada geese from my left. Sounds like they're in the air. Could be wrong, but I believe so. Maybe coming in. At least two and two. Two landed there, and two just landed here. Alright, we're going to get to the trails. Oh, I think I probably just saw a northern flicker. I'm not positive, though. I'm not positive. And speaking of woodpeckers, I packed up, and then I started heading here. And the gentleman that I had spoken with, who had hoped to see the red-headed woodpecker also, he was walking, and he was back near his car where he had parked. I think I just heard white-throated sparrow again. And so I asked him if he had seen it. He said he didn't see it. I thought, by the way he looked, it looked like he was actually seeing something. He said he saw the nest hole, but he didn't see, a woodpecker near it. So I don't know if he was looking in the right spot. I told him to, go back where I had been. And I just wonder if maybe he never understood exactly where I meant for him to look. I don't know. Unfortunately, I didn't. I think he's, I've seen him before, and so it's not like he's someone who's never been there before and will never be there again. But I had hoped he would be able to see it. I first actually encountered him years ago, before the tour even. And it was at Mud Lock. We don't go to Mud Lock anymore for various reasons. But he would look at the eagle nest there, and the eagle nest. I think it was taken back over by ospreys, and they moved anyway, and then that nest, I think, fell down or something, and they moved farther away. And it's just, hold on, what do I see? It's not a great location any longer for various reasons. Even just what they've done to that. What do I see? Hold on, I'm in trouble here. I see a small bird of some sort. I don't see it now. I don't see it now. It was a small, it looked either grayish or greenish. I hear a robin. Almost sounds like an alert. Well, okay, let's keep going. Something just flew overhead. I think it was probably a blue jay. Oh, hold on. That's not good. Just heard a song sparrow. Hear a tufted titmouse, I believe. See a robin on the trails ahead of me. And I just saw, yeah, white-breasted nuthatch. Where'd it go? Hold on, something's wrong. Oh my goodness, hold on. Got a real problem here. I don't know how that happened. Okay. And it was near the top here. I don't see it now. I don't know how that happened. Well, we can look at the robin on the trail just a bit, since we're not going to go there until it kind of vacates the trail. Get away from me. As I was starting to set up here, I have a light jacket on, but I also, I put on, or I'm carrying now, bug spray just in case. And I think I said it out loud. Really? Meaning, like, I have to wear both a jacket and potentially have to deal with gnats, and like gnats or black flies or something are already finding me. A couple robins are here. One that we looked at and one we have not. Love robins. Really do. Sure, I see them often and everything, but I just love them. Robins are in the thrush family. And, if I see a wood thrush or a veery or, a Swainson's thrush, it's always exciting. And the robins I'm more likely to see. I've been seeing them for weeks now. They've come back, but even though I have been seeing them, and I might see many in a given day, I definitely appreciate them. the thing about the robins is just in my daily travels, I'm likely to see them on, this time of year, in, on the ground in yards or maybe in trees or whatever that I can see. A species like the wood thrush or the veery, sure, sometimes you might see them on the edge of woods, but I mean, you're not normally going to see them in a yard as you're driving along. And so I'm much less likely to see them. And I told you earlier today that I heard my first of the season wood thrush on Wednesday evening. And I heard them last night too, at least one. I hear a great crested flycatcher. So that's my first of the season for a great crested flycatcher. Now I hear a second one. Two of them are. They sound like they're both, well, at least one, the closer one, definitely sounded like it was, high in a tree somewhere. And that's really likely where it's going to be. And that's, fine, but makes for difficult viewing for us. Again, great crested flycatcher. There it is again. Every once in a while we get to see one. Maybe it comes down to an area where we might have a look, but very often we do hear them up high in the trees and we don't get a chance to see them. Possibly a third one. But we did not. This is, again, our first time we've heard them this year. I think we're hearing American goldfinches also. That sounded like a northern flicker. There's some sounds I have to brush up on and remind myself what they are, because, like, for instance, I'm thinking about the vireos, the various vireos that we might... Oh, hold on, I just saw something. I don't think it's a great crested flycatcher. What is it? Okay, it's an American robin. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. But I'm thinking about the various vireos that we might encounter here, and some of them, I just have to remind myself, brush up on what their general songs are like, just so I can, hopefully differentiate them when we start to hear them. Hopefully. I want to look at something. Hold on. I might have just heard some heavy pounding. I think. Maybe. The gnats are bothering me. Maybe it's true. Maybe they haven't. It's new they're new in the season. Maybe they haven't seen a human being before. Yeah, I think I'm hearing a heavy pounding. It's possibly affiliated, but I don't know. Oh, that was also great crested flycatcher. Weep. There it is again. It's probably pretty close. Now, can I find it is a different question. I'm having a hard time here. Might be moving a bit. Gnats, come on, leave me alone. Yeah, there's that heavy pounding again. I'm hearing it. Oh, I saw it. I think I know where it is. Can I get it for you is a different question. Looking almost straight up. I don't see it. Oh, did it take off? Hold on, I've got to look. I don't know where it is. We're hearing it sing. Oh, did I see it? I don't know. Maybe not. No, I just don't see it. It's up there. It's up there. I had to move. Let me see if I can reorient to the sound. I just don't see it. I'm sorry. Let me look with binoculars a little bit more. I don't see it. We're going to move on. Love to show you. They're beautiful birds. Wish these gnats would leave me alone. Okay. Okay, we're hearing red-bellied woodpecker, 2 of them. And, oh, hold on. Don't do that. So this is a red-bellied woodpecker. There were 2 of them. And they've both flown on now. Hold on. Again, red-bellied. I know if you're unfamiliar with them, they have that red on the head, but there is a little bit of red shading to their belly. I hear blue jay. Where'd it go? Oh, I lost it. Okay, we'll let it go. And I think we'll let the great crested flycatcher go. And we'll see if we can catch up with the suspected. No, that's not fair. The suspected pileated. The one that's doing the heavy pounding. Come on, gnats, let's go. I know they are not allowed in the car. Whether they step in goose droppings or not. Hold on. Hold on. Thanks a lot. Okay, whoever's pounding heavily has, fortunately for us, continued to do so. Will we find it is another question. Gnats, please, leave me alone. I think that was red-bellied, but you know what? I'm pretty sure that was red-bellied that we just heard. Now the pounding, I still suspect is a pileated. We're getting there. I'm just looking around as we go. I hear the great crested flycatcher again. We were hearing 2 of them before, so at least 2 of them, and maybe a third possibly. I'm not sure. You know, it's, I have to admit, sometimes I'll hear a sound and I'll assume I know where it is roughly, you know, if it's distant. And as it turned out, this completely on the other side of where I expected. We're near it, wherever it is. Don't see it yet. Oh, I suspect I bet I know. Maybe. Nope, I was wrong. Oh, I see it. I see it now. Now it's a matter of getting you to see it. Oh, maybe here, maybe. I've got to make adjustments. Hold on. We're looking at a pileated woodpecker, and you see that red behind the bill on his face, on his cheek? That indicates it's a male. Again, pileated woodpecker, large woodpecker. Hey, okay, it definitely took off. I think I still see it though. You know, sometimes they visit the feeders here at Sapsucker Woods near the lab, and that's fine. Good to see them, but quite honestly, I'd rather see them in a natural setting. I think I may have lost it. Hold on, make adjustments again. Oh, I saw it. It just took off and went farther on, so it's out of view now. Okay, we'll continue. To me, it didn't look like a concerted effort at drilling or anything. Well, I don't know what it was doing, but it did not look like a concerted effort to, for instance, excavate a hole and, create a nest or anything. So I don't know. I don't know if that was a communication sort of thing. Kind of, well, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. Or if it was just poking away and hoping something would happen in terms of maybe insects or something. I don't know. Canada geese from the pond. hear American goldfinches. I'm not sure what I just heard. Oh, American crow, I think, just flew by. Thought I heard something else, though. When I first saw it, it looked like it was maybe something else. But then as it flew and I could see it really more of a side view as opposed to a front end view, I realized it was a crow. I think I hear the pileated again. There's a robin nearby. And I believe that was the pileated vocalizing. Could be wrong though. Wouldn't mind seeing it again. As I said, I like seeing the birds, for instance, come to my feeder. But I prefer seeing, any bird in a natural setting. I see it again. Okay. What I don't know is if we'll get a good look at it. I don't know exactly where it is now. I have a suspicion. I heard something else. I don't know if it's on this tree or not. It might be. I'm going to leave everything in place and I'm going to walk a little bit. I think. It may have flown away while I wasn't looking, I don't know, but I thought I heard something else at ground level. If it's here, there's no sign of it. keep going, I guess. I know we had a decent look at it already, but I wouldn't mind. You never know. I mean, always want a better look if we can get it at whatever the bird. Hearing a crow, and we're hearing some ducks. One or more ducks. Red-winged blackbirds also. You know, this time of the year, very often the loudest or the most frequent callers or singers that you hear are, well, maybe coming into this time, were the Canada geese, and we hear them a little bit now, but they're, you know, it's not quite as much as maybe before. And but now we hear plenty of red-winged blackbird song. But we're starting to hear other birds too now, more and more, as more birds have come in. Like, you know, not that it's dominated the the sounds. The universe is. I'm not sure what I just heard. I mean, for instance, we heard those great crested flycatchers. You know, we'll start to hear them maybe regularly. I expect to hear gray catbirds pretty soon on a regular basis. You know, maybe as we're walking around, maybe we hear them almost, you know, the entire walk here and there. Of course, different times of day mean some birds become more active vocally. Seems to me very often you'll have robins singing late in the day. They'll sing other times too, of course, but oh good, the gnats found me again. I was afraid we lost them. Wouldn't want to walk the whole way without them. Not much going on here that I can see, not with the naked eye anyway. No, nothing really. So let's, I guess we'll move on. Those are red-winged blackbirds also. And I think I might be hearing a Baltimore Oriole sing a little bit as well. And some frogs. See all these trees knocked over or cut down or whatever. It's an American crow we just heard. And two of them actually. Just saw them. And they both flew away. blue jay. Lots of roots here, so if you come here, be careful. Roots on the trail, that is. I would say that, you know, it's generally a safe place to walk, Sapsucker Woods, but you still should pay attention to where you're going. And, you know, caution is warranted. You don't want to trip over something, and you should, of course, stay on the trails. Okay, that sounds like a catbird, gray catbird. So it's the first definite one that we're hearing. I don't see it. But to be in this area is not a surprise. We often hear them around here. Gray catbird. Don't see it. Not yet, anyway. Complex string of vocalizations. And some frogs. I don't see much activity here from here either. Look around with binoculars. Still see the great blue heron from here, but I'm not seeing any ducks or anything like that. Hold on. I'm not getting a great view of the great blue heron. I just can see it. Okay, did you hear that? That was a northern flicker. Here's a crow in the air. Can I get it? Maybe not. Where are you? There you are. So, crow, and the great blue heron is... where's the heron? Canada goose. I thought I saw it. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe I didn't see it. Well, I don't see it now anyway. Oh, I do see it. I do see it. Not well, but I see it over here. Oh, it looks like it has a big fish. And I think we caught it just in time. It managed to get it down just now. Let me look around a bit. I see a turkey vulture behind me. And kind of out of view now. Oh, and another one in the air in the distance. There we go. Wait, hold on, I had it. That's another one. And then, did I see two more? Someone's tapping nearby. I thought I might have seen two more, but maybe not. Or they've, I don't know. Maybe they dropped out of sight. Anyway, back to the heron, who seems to be back at work. I think it's going to be out of view, yeah. Very short. Let me look around a bit. we're going to continue on. I mean, there's not that much going on here. I don't see any ducks or anything within view. We haven't seen any ducks yet here today. Let's look out here just a little bit. Just heard a song sparrow. So, okay, let's continue. That's a blue jay we're hearing. And it's up there. Oh, it just took off. I was gonna show you. Wouldn't have been a great view, to be honest with you. But the blue jay is a beautiful bird. Sure, we see them often, or maybe you see them often. But every once in a while, if you stop and you take a look at a blue jay, it's really a beautiful, beautiful species. I think I just heard a swamp sparrow. This vocalization you're hearing from nearby, that's a red-winged blackbird. And that's a swamp sparrow we just heard. Hold on a second. Another crow flying by. I think what is, I believe, a nest. I don't know if it's active. It looks like a nest. And I don't know if we've ever looked at it before. Let me look at it now a little bit with you. Is this a nest, or is it just a cluster of leaves? I don't know. Maybe just well, it looks like a nest. I don't know if it's active or not, but it looks like a nest. How many bird species really are, if you look at them, including the ones that maybe you see frequently. You look at them just with a fresh set of eyes and just think about what you're seeing. So many are beautiful. Let's take the northern cardinal. The male is that bright red, and the female, quite honestly, I think when I first read, and not when I was a bird watcher long ago, read about, just somehow heard information maybe as a child about northern cardinals. Okay, the male's red, but the female's duller in color, and the thinking was maybe it's because she could be at a nest and not so conspicuous. But since then I've seen female cardinals, and they're really beautiful. I mean, if you look at them, they're not red like the males, but they've got their own color scheme. They're not just simple plain brown birds. So they're very pretty too. They, in fact, in some ways, they somehow look more exotic than would a male. thinking that rattle we just heard, I believe was a Baltimore Oriole. I'm not sure that sound. Yeah, that's a Baltimore Oriole also. They have a number of songs, and quite honestly, they confuse me sometimes. Oh, I just saw a duck of some sort just fly by. I don't know what it was. Could it have been a wood duck? It might have been a wood duck. I'm not sure. Definitely a duck. Gotta love Baltimore Orioles. They do sure love to sing. Or at least it seems like they do. Don't know if I see where it is, but this could be a hazardous area. It usually is anyway, but especially with the goslings around. So other than that one duck I just saw a couple minutes ago, I've seen no ducks here. Not yet. Oh, I see. I think it's a white-breasted nut. Yes, I see a white-breasted nuthatch. Oh, it's out of view now. Where'd it go? Okay, just took off. We're hearing a song sparrow nearby. I have to say, I'm enjoying the walk overall. Maybe we're not getting to see birds as well as I like, but we certainly noted a number of species. I may have just heard a belted kingfisher somewhere. Do you mind? I'm trying to hear the kingfisher. Not sure where the kingfisher is. I'm looking for it now. I don't see it, but we definitely heard a belted kingfisher. Oh, wait a second, what is that? I think I see a beaver. Not close, but I see one. I don't know if it's our first of the year or not, but... Alright, we're going to move on. It's not very close. Crow in the air. We will more than likely, when we're done with the fuller wetlands, we'll probably just go right to the car. I don't think we'll go back to the water. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay, I see a titmouse, but I saw something else nearby. But I don't see it now. Oh, it just took off. It was here. A small bird of some sort, but I don't see it now. It was, I don't know. Might have been a sparrow, might have been something else. Somehow looked like something else, but... Okay, let's continue. I have a feeling they're going to take these trees down, if I had to guess. They look... Well, they're not dead. But they're marked with yellow for some reason. I'm not saying they're really healthy, but I don't think they're dead. Just judging by the bugs I see on them. Okay, I believe I hear a yellow-bellied sapsucker here. I thought I heard the appropriate tapping. I would say we've heard or seen downy woodpecker, I believe. Hold on, that was a Baltimore oriole. Is it nearby? Swamp sparrow. Okay, that was almost certainly the tapping of a yellow-bellied sapsucker. But pileated woodpecker, downy woodpecker, red-bellied woodpecker, and northern flicker, and now, oh, I just saw it. And now yellow-bellied sapsucker just flew by. Often see them in this area. I don't see it now, and it flew. It looked like it wasn't going to be close to us anyway. We'll continue. I think. Sounds like some geese in the air. Wind is picking up. It is supposed to, I believe, rain this evening. But it might not be until like hours later. So, I don't know. last week, when we were here, we saw what I believe was a goose egg. I don't see it now. I believe I just heard a warbling vireo, though. And a blue jay. But nothing else going on here. Not that I see. Last couple weeks, not much activity, but we had those nice looks 2 weeks in a row at common mergansers, but we haven't seen any here in a while. I suspect they've moved on. I have years ago. I saw common mergansers actually mating here at Sapsucker Woods. It was actually in the main pool, the main pond. I don't know what that means in terms of nesting that year. I've never seen here. I've never seen common merganser ducklings. We have seen hooded merganser ducklings here. That was last year, as I recall. But not common. I guess in terms of ducklings here, the most frequently seen, in my experience, has been either mallards or wood ducks. And yes, we saw last year the hooded merganser, but I cannot recall any other species of duckling here, in my experience. There's here the something's moving around in there. Hold on. I don't see it. I thought I saw something, but not now. There's a song sparrow. Anyway, like I said, I cannot recall any other species having ducklings here. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but I haven't seen them. They do have a tent in one of the parking lots here today. I don't know why. I can guess. If I had to guess, they probably have some kind of something that they want to do, and with the lab closed, maybe they feel they should do at least something like that. Have a tent out, some kind of protection, but that's just a guess. I have no idea. You probably saw these before, if they're worth seeing again. carefully because we are in a danger zone. Actually, this isn't too bad here. Not bad at all, actually. Still wouldn't want to walk in the dark. It's interesting that some of the geese that don't even have goslings are still hanging around here. We still have a few that are not too far from my vehicle. We're going to look over here just a bit. Probably not see anything, but we're going to look anyway. See, there's a tent. Oh, someone just flew through. Heard a swamp sparrow, but someone was down here. Well, anyway. Okay, we're gonna head to the car. I don't think there's... That is a nice grassy area. It's not huge, but it's nice, and it's just grass, and I hope that it remains that way. I hope they don't decide one day to put something there or whatever. I mean, it's just nice because, a nice area for geese to graze. Although near the cars and the parking lot, so maybe it's not perfect in terms of safety, etc. All right, let's get back in the car and I think the geese are just concerned about me, but not so concerned that they're running away, but I'll be with you in a moment.
when I put away my tripod, after we're done here, for instance, or wherever, I like to tighten everything down. I don't mean like, service it with like, whatever screws are visible. I'm not saying tighten those up. What I'm referring to is just tighten down the various the legs and the the settings on the tripod head itself. And the reason why I do that is because things seem to just hold together better when in transit and everything. They don't get bumped around as much. And I've had a tripod in the past. Something was loose, and eventually the knob fell off. And quite honestly, it's a poor design that the knob can fall off. That's really a bad way to do it. But like I said, I find it better to tighten it up. I'm telling you this for a couple reasons. I had to attend to some things as we were getting in the car, but also because it's, at least for me, what works in terms of equipment, etc. All right, let's go. In a way, I want to play music. In a way, I'm hesitant. Last week, after the tour, I received an email listing all kinds of songs that, this is not a strike on your account, but your videos being restricted in some areas. Didn't tell me what the areas were. In the past, when I've been told that, oh, your video's restricted in certain areas, it told me, and it was like Iran and Venezuela, and I think maybe North Korea. So it's like, okay, good. I don't even want them seeing it. Anyway, thank you, Sapsucker. Nice walk, really. Good variety. Wish I could have, whatever that small bird was when we were on the Podell Boardwalk, it would have been nice to see it. I don't know what it might have been. I don't know if that would have been the right sort of area for a kinglet, but it, I didn't see it well. But it almost looked like it might have been a kinglet, like a ruby-crowned kinglet. Like I said, I'm not sure. Let's try music anyway. Now, we did hear this a couple weeks ago. It's almost 8 o'clock. that was Groovin' by Peter White. You know, obviously it's derived from the song Groovin' by, was it the Rascals? No, can't remember. Anyway, you know, I don't know if I would like that song as much if I never heard that original song. No idea. But anyway, really like that song. Maybe, well, probably more than the original. The original's fine, but I mean, I don't know what it is. As you can see, lights are on in many locations. Street lights not yet, but headlights are on various vehicles, including my own. So it's getting dark. By the way, that last song was Button Legs by Cindy Bradley, and this is Civil War by the Yellow Jackets. Or just Yellow Jackets. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Morning dove and a robin. Take a look from here. Quiet. I don't know what they're, I hope that's not the final finish on the new building. It looks like a shiny copper on the outside. I can't believe it's real copper, and I don't know if it's I can't believe it would be the final exposed finish, but it's kind of ugly. Anyway, we're looking up at the nest now. It's getting dark, so I can't do that much to give you a real close-up, and of course it's difficult from this angle anyway. Hearing robins sing. And there's lovely Big Red. Hello. Just look at her for a few moments. We're going to move on. I'd love to find Arthur if possible, but we're looking at Big Red at the moment. And but I've looked around. I did not see him, for instance, on Bradfield, and who knows where he is. But let's continue. Oops. Never know. Maybe we'll find him. Maybe we won't. We're here late, so it won't be a surprise if we don't find him. But we'll try. Hearing a robin sing in the distance, and I see another robin right nearby on the fence. I did not check every perch on this side of Bradfield, but I didn't see them there either. I checked the likely ones. Oops. Yeah, we don't want to hear you. I'm hearing... Now, sometimes towards the end of the day, the robins do this anyway, but I'm hearing some alert calls. So there's a possibility he's here. I don't see him. But like I say, there's a possibility he's nearby, given the vocalizations I'm hearing. Maybe not. Anyway, what I saw on the side of the building in certain places looked like the new building. It looks like a shiny copper. Now, I can't believe that it is. Oh, wait a minute. I see somebody. I think I see him. I see him. I see Arthur. He's on one of the track lights. Oh, he just took off. Here he comes. He's over this lot now, and I've lost sight of him. I don't know where he is now. He was on the track lights to my left, and then he flew over this parking lot, and now I don't know where he is. He flew above Tower Road, and maybe continued on. I don't know. I don't know where he went. We'll go over there and we'll look. Sorry I didn't get in place for you to see him. Good chance he's nearby. I don't think we'll find him at this time. Good night, Arthur, wherever you are. probably flew right on through. The new building is going to be called Atkinson Hall. Probably forget by the end of the day. Just see Big Red's head above the nest cup, but not much else. I'm not sure if you can ever see the nestlings just yet. Maybe a little bit from if you're lucky, but we'll hear one more song. And then I think it's time for me to pack up. It's still a little bit light, but I don't think we're going to find anybody else. But we'll keep looking just a little bit for Arthur, just in case he's nearby. I had seen him. I don't know if the camera caught him for you at all. Probably not. I don't think he'd be around here unless he detoured. was Just One Wish by Brian Simpson. And before that was Coming Home by Niels. I think it's time for me to head home. Just looking around this one last area, just in case. Highly unlikely that we would see Arthur if he even flew in this area. And I say that because he probably would not be on a utility pole or anything. He probably found a nice spot in a tree or something, if he is in this area, like I suspect. But I saw him on the track lights, and unfortunately I couldn't give you a look. And then he took off and he flew right between, I would say, Rice and Furno, I think, pretty much, and flew on. So I think that's going to just about do it for the day. Sorry I wasn't able to give you a good look at him or anything like that. It's been an enjoyable day for me, anyway. I know there's still a little bit of light out, but I don't think we're going to see much at this time. So we might as well close up. I do hope you've enjoyed the day. For me, I would say the highlights are that Sandhill Crane colt, the small little baby. And what else would I say? Oh, of course, I really enjoyed seeing, not just because, it wasn't even that the views were so spectacular of the red-headed woodpeckers. It was just knowing that there were two together there. That was wonderful. As after we closed up, I started to head, towards Ithaca, and I realized that there's another area where often they're noted to be, and I think maybe we were not far from that. So, maybe that one managed to find a mate from there. I don't know. I don't care. The great thing, like I say, is that they're mating there, and hopefully they'll have some success. And because the red-headed woodpecker, obviously, as I've mentioned before, is a species in decline, from what I understand, and it would be great for them to have some success, some breeding success. Anyway, I think it's time I packed everything up and headed home. I want to thank you all for joining me. This has been fun, as it usually is for me. I hope you enjoyed it as well. One kind of sort of look at Big Red, kind of. Maybe. Probably not. I can't really see her. But like I say, it's time for me to pack up and head home. Everyone, I want to wish you all well. Hopefully you'll have a good night and a very good week. As always,